Where's the power? No, that's that one. That's the... Come on. There it is. Huh? That worked. Uh-oh. For some reason that's not working. Hey, Woodville. Oh, yeah. Son of a bitch. Get up there. Charger is not charging. There. This goes here. This goes here. What the hell's going on? Hey, Jerry. This thing won't acknowledge that I have a charger plugged in. What the hell's going on? Start. My tablet's being pissy. I've had this thing running since 10 o'clock this morning. And, you know, it's still obviously at full power because I'm drawing next to nothing from it. The heatsink's doing a great job. It's barely warm. Well, obviously, it's a huge chunk of copper. But just I got it fully charged last night, so I'm going to see how long this battery will run this at full brightness. I don't even think it's reaching 80, 90 degrees on the emitter. That heatsink's doing such a good job of sucking the heat out of it. There we go. 23 watts. That's what I want to see. That's much better. Give me any gruff. Do as you're told. This plugged in, so it stays at 100%. Okay. Of course. Let's get this connected. Connect. Put the chat over here. Boost it up to 150%. So I can actually read it. Not yet. I got the aluminum plates, but not the filament yet. Let's see. So I got Mark II, the flashlight printed out, and it looks a hell of a lot better. Yeah, everything's a little bit slower. So the first version, you know, it's just big and chunky. And now that I have all the electronic components in here, we can get an idea of, well, where can we shrink things and skinny it up. Now, this past Wednesday, we did all that. We came up with this version. Of course, this will screw on top like that. So that is the Mark II version. And much, much easier to wrap your hand around that. Although I think I can make that handle a little bit smaller. And I might try to do that. I don't like the fact that this does not line up. So I'm going to rotate those threads a little bit just because I can. I also ran into a problem. The USB trigger port fits perfectly in there. The problem is it touches the top of the battery. As you can see, it bumps right into the top of that battery. So I got to fix that. The way I'm going to fix that is we're going to move the switch down here and the USB port up here. I'm also going to build a shelf inside of here to actually support this entire trigger, fully engulf it in a shelf inside of here, and then have a zip tie, cinch it all together so it can't move. I was thinking about 3D printing something to do it, but I was like, you know something? Don't be stupid. When a half a cent zip tie can do the job, just use the zip tie. And so that's what I'm going to do. I just have to design the shelf to support that so that board doesn't get broken. And since the board has to be inserted from the inside, the closer the board is to the top, the easier it'll be to mess with. And since the switch is being screwed in from the outside with pigtails on it, it doesn't matter how far down the switch goes. So I'll move the switch further down and the QC board further up. And then I also have to adjust the holes. I forgot the interior hole in that one's too small, and all these holes are too small. They need to be bigger so that the screw can inset in. I could not find a reasonable price to get screws locally. I'm ordering 500 of them, paying a ridiculous price to get more just didn't make sense. So I just got some $1.50 wood screws that are number 8 1-inch long, close enough for government work. That'll allow me to put it together until I get the screws in the mail. Also, this is a little off. So the actual gapping inside there is perfect for cooling, but not so perfect for the heatsink. There's too much space in here. It moves around. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna oh yeah, I can't use 2 perimeters on this piece either because I destroyed the screw hole. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fill this in with a grid, like a fan grid, so that you could put a little strip of foam in there, and that foam will act as a buffer to squish and hold the part in place when you screw it together. And this way, if you have a thicker or thinner heatsink, you have enough compression to hold it all into place just by screwing it together. Because this is only, how thick is this thing? This is about 11.5 millimeters thick. So I'm probably going to design it for like 12 millimeter, because I don't think any of the heat sinks I've found are thicker than 11. They're all about 11. They're all about 9 to 11 millimeters thick. I think designing for 12 would be the right move. Well, 13, because the 1 millimeter thickness of the board. So the way this will work is you'll take your unit here with the wires already soldered to it, and that will simply fit in here like this. So it'll just sit there like that. And then your heat sink, you line up the grills going this way with the cooling channel in here. That just sits right on top of there like that. And then you feed your wires through this, and then you sandwich this down, screw it in place, and now your flashlight head matrix is done. Just make sure that's centered before you tighten it down, and you're good to go. Now this will just screw right onto your flashlight, and there's plenty of opening in there for air to get in and out. It's going to be passively cooled, but with that large of a heatsink and this small amount of power dissipation, even passive cooling is sufficient. I know modern LEDs don't require as much cooling as the older LEDs, but I'm going to use the old spec anyway. The old spec is 9 square centimeters of cooling surface area per watt of consumed energy. So that's not. I need 40 square centimeters of cooling surface area for passive cooling. And how much cooling surface area do I have? This is, I think, 35. Yes. So 3.5 times 3.5 is, what is that? 3, 6, 9, 10.5. That's 12. Fins are at least 4 times that surface area, minimum. Probably about 7 or 8 times that surface area. So I've got over 50 square centimeters of cooling surface area, so plenty. How much do I actually have? I can actually figure that out, but I'm just lazy. It is 35 by 7. 3.5 times 3.5, roughly 12.5. Yep, 12.25. And 3.5 times 0.7 times 2 times 6, 7, 10. Four. So I have 129 square centimeters of cooling surface area for a heat dissipation that only needs 36. So I have 4 times the cooling surface area that I require. So I consider that good enough. So yeah, copper heat sinks are nice. This stuff is pure liquid poison. I don't care. It's that good. Oh my god, that stuff is so good. That's just evil. Let's see. Not accounting for the fact that that's got to be over 100 grams, 150 grams, just for that piece of chunk of metal. Well, no, I don't want to burn one up, but put it this way: I touch it, I can barely feel the warmth. I could tell that it is slightly warm, not hot. And at first I had to figure out: am I imagining it? No, it is just ever so slightly warm. And if I stick my finger in here and touch the copper, I don't feel any heat at all. I don't feel anything beyond ambient temperature. So that is more than enough to power that. And that LED is a perfect even light. When I light up a surface, as you can see, there's no hot spot whatsoever. It just evenly illuminates everything. And that's exactly the kind of light I want in a flashlight. I want a light that just lights up everything. I don't need to throw a beam a distance. That's a hobby. Most of us just need a light that's going to light up, everything within 10 feet of us. And this does that perfectly. I'm just going to leave that on until I begin to see a brightness difference. And I'll know how long it's been going for 5 hours now. So I'm expecting between 15 and 20 hours. So, well, I don't know how much power we're actually dissipating. The beam width is almost 180 degrees. So I'm shining here and I can see the beam almost 180 degrees. So I'm going to say 165, 170 degrees of beam width. And it's actually probably more, but we're cutting down some of it with this recess here. Because I have this recessed in here. But it's even across that entire 160 degrees. There is no hot spots, none. Which is really, really nice. So now it's just a matter of optimization. Also, this needs to be adjusted. So this curve is too much. So there's the 10 millimeter delta here. I'm going to try to get rid of that. And I'm also ordering, I haven't ordered them yet, but I'm going to order 3.5 millimeter banana plugs. They're the shortest I could find. So I'm going to connect a ring terminal here, and a banana plug is going to sit inside this cavity. So if you're going to store this flashlight like in a go bag or something like that for a long time, you can unscrew the bottom, disconnect the banana plug, and put it back together, basically disabling the flashlight and disconnecting the cell altogether from any quiescent drains. That should allow this to sit for, 5+ years and still give you hours and hours and hours and hours of light when you plug it back in, even without charging it. And I mean, obviously it's good practice to plug it in and charge it every now and then, but with the battery sitting with no drain, no quiescent drain, you should be good. In fact, I would advise running it for like 3 hours to get the battery down below 70%, and then unplug it and store it that way. And I'm betting you'll still have 5 or 6 hours of light, or 10 hours of light at full brightness, even 10 years later. I mean, I don't know what the self-discharge rate of these batteries are, but it can't be that high. Now, there is a couple things I want to do. So, for example, I want to 3D print a cup that will sit inside of here on top of that battery that you'll put a screw in from the side on 2 sides here to it'll screw into that cup and pinch that battery and hold that battery in place, because what I don't want is that battery moving around inside here. Not only could it damage the terminals, but it could destroy the flashlight if you drop this and that battery decides to go. Storage, well, shipping they usually do 80%, but long-term storage, the best is between 40 and 60%. That's your least destructive charge. So I just tell people, get it below 70%. You get it below 70%, for a lithium iron phosphate battery, the damage is negligible. But I'll have to look that up, actually see what it is. LFP storage charge. 40 to 60% is considered ideal. The best is to keep them around 50%. So they tell people 40 to 60%. Now, LFP, what is the self-discharge? That's fine. Lithium iron phosphate batteries have a low self-discharge of 2 to 3% per month. Wow, that's a lot. I didn't know they discharged that much. That's more than I thought. Now, this guy here says his battery discharged 1 amp hour after 6 months for a 280 amp hour power bank. So I think the 2 to 3% is a little overzealous. I don't think it's quite that high. So if we take 64 watt hours times 0.6, that gets us down to 60%. That's 38.4. Well, nobody's going to do that. We'll do 70%. 64 times 0.7. That gets us down to 44.8 watt hours times 0.02. That's 1 month, 2 month. That's wrong. Oh, I know what I did. 44.8 times 0.98. There we go. So that's 1 year. That's 2 years. That's 3 years. 4 years. So you'd be down to 13 watt hours after 5 years under worst case scenario, which means you'd still have enough power to run this flashlight for 3 to 5 hours. Yeah, the ideal is 50%. So they tell you a range of 40 to 60. But the reality is anything less than 100% is beneficial to the batteries. So I tell people 70%. That's good enough. And that means that as long as you disconnect the battery in this, you could put this in your go bag for 5 years and still have several days worth of usable light when you pull this thing out of the unit. You know, turning it on and off as needed, you'll have about 4 to 6 hours of light. I don't know about you, but most flashlights only run for 2 hours with brand new batteries in them. You know, most little pen lights or little flashlights you buy that you plug in, you're going to get about 1.5 to 2.5 hours before the batteries die. So I consider 4 to 5 hours of light after 5 years of storage to be pretty damn good. Yep, batteries are a bit more durable than we think, but the lithium iron phosphate's really nice, and of course, the bigger the battery, the less problematic those issues become. So that's it's one of the reasons why I want to use such a large cell. Not only do I want it to be ridiculous because it's a forever flashlight, just because I can for shiggles, for no other reason than, you know, why do you put a V12 inside of a smart car? Because you can. You know, why did I put a 64 watt hour lithium iron phosphate battery in a simple non-throwing, non-high performance flashlight? Because I can. No other reasons needed. But hey Matt, we're working on the flashlight. I've gotten enough of it assembled and printed that I can start making further revisions. So that screws onto there, and this will screw onto here, and that will be the Mark II flashlight. So now we're gonna make some slight corrections, updates. So for example, one of the problems I discovered that the USB board fits perfectly in there, but it touches the battery, and that's bad. We don't want that. So we're going to swap them. We're going to put the switch further down and the charge port further up. I also don't like the way that joins, so we're going to fix that too. I also want to I might make this flashlight just a hair longer, because the battery comes right to the top of the bevel section here, and I'd rather have a little bit of space on the straight section, because if I have space on the straight section, I can install a disc in here that'll screw in to hold that battery in place so it doesn't launch through the rest of the flashlight at some point. You know, when your battery weighs 2 or 3 pounds, you don't want that becoming a projectile. That'll make you have a bad day. Having more of those triggers not handy. That means I have to take this one out in order to. Okay, that's easy enough. Oh, battery. Big battery. Come here. I got the hole perfect. All right, how long is this thing? All right, this thing is 28 millimeters. It's 28 millimeters long. I need a cup that will hold that at 28 millimeters. So let's get doing that. Okay. First things first, I want to fix this. Let's split this apart. Go. Get that split apart a bit. Let's hope the computer doesn't throw a fit today. Okay. I'm going to have to adjust the holes in this. Oh, that's something else I wanted to get. McMaster car. So we want number 8. Truss 1 inch. How do I find this? I think it's going to be under here. None of these. I need a head type. Is none of these head types. I need a modified truss screw. Sort of like this. Flanged, extra wide, rounded head, but not that. Nice. Okay, let's find it. Let's see. Let's go ahead and order the screws since I do have my $25 gift card from Fetch. I want to get these, so I'll get them later. Yeah, this is what I'm looking at. I get number 8 wood screws, stainless steel, 500 pieces, 19 bucks. That's screws for years. So we're just going to get those. And it'll be here on Tuesday. Good. And I'm doxing myself, of course. Tired of caring about it. So those are on the way. And the nice thing is these have drawings. Where's it at? I know it has a good drawing here somewhere. Saw it. There it is. Take a screenshot. Download. So I need to find a 3D model of this screw. How do I find this screw? On McMaster car. Truss head. Why did you ignore the E? Or did you just change it because you're an asshole? Modified truss heads. There we go. But mine are non-drilling. Although I don't think that matters as long as the threading is okay. Okay. What do all these numbers mean? What I'm gonna have is a number 8. But what's a number 8? Oh, here it is. Number 8. Okay, there it is. So number 8. Let's do 1.5 inch. They don't have 1.5 inch, but they have 1 5/8. Let's see, 3D SolidWorks. It's too bad I can't just download an STL. So what I have to do is I have to download a SolidWorks. Uh-oh. Oh no, it doesn't work. There it is. So SolidWorks to STL. There it is. Come on. Why do you go to desktop? Nobody goes to desktop. You always go to the download folder. Something you should always try to design your projects for: modified truss head or pan head screws. You never want to use countersunk or any other kind of convex screws, because what's going to happen is that the end of the screw will act as a wedge and it will split your plastic apart. While the pan head or modified truss head, which is just a wire pan head, has a flat head on the screw, and what that will do is compress your parts together instead of trying to split your part apart. Alrighty. Come on, finish downloading it. Shouldn't be all that complex. I'm about to say, this should be, we're talking about kilobytes here. Okay. Wow, that's a big file. Number 8 mod truss screw. Okay. Now we bring it into Prusa Slicer and we skinny it up. That is way too big. We'll try and get the non-drilling end, but that's okay. Yes. Good. Okay. It looks like it is a clean file, but we're going to fix it by Windows algorithm anyway. It's going to go from 120,000 facets to hopefully something a whole lot smaller. It does not need to be that big. Same number of facets, so now we're going to simplify it. Okay, that is too simple. But I think that is simple enough. That'll get us down to 6,400 triangles. Let's fix my Windows algorithm again, just to make sure. Yes, the triangles didn't change. Export. Okay, that got us from 25 megabytes to 315 kilobytes, which is still fucking huge, but that's okay. At least I can import that now. All right, so we have our screw. Let's import. Alrighty, here's our screw. Now, there is a change I'm going to make. Come on. Don't be a nudge. What I'm going to do... Oh, it's hidden. Is I'm going to put a cylinder on the end of this. Like that. I'm going to slip it around like that. Now, how big is this? Really? You got to put the numbers down there? 11.17. I hate when it's not the same. come on, really? So we're going to make this 12 by 12. Okay. Then we're going to center these. Make this bigger. We're going to bevel this a little bit. We're going to increase the size so it's rounded. No, not that. Let's make this 64. This one. That's what I want. Okay. And then I also want to cut off the end of this, since we don't need that. Go. Extend. Okay. And join. Okay. Now we have our screw with our head dimension here. Now I need to do this as well. Control D. Bring you over here. Split you. Take you. Get rid of your bevel. And shift you down. Turn you into a hole. And chop you. Now we need to make sure our hole is at least 4.3 millimeters in diameter. Okay. I'm going to delete that because that's a very complex object. Replace it with this. 4.3 by 4.3. So now we know our vacant shaft needs to be at least 4.3 millimeters. So 5 millimeter hole. That's going to be to make sure that the screw will fit inside this hole instead of sitting on top. And that'll also allow me to use 1-inch screws instead of 1.5-inch screws, because I could just recess the hole as deep as I need to get to that 1.1-inch size, because the 1-inch screws are the sweet spot for price. Any other size, well, smaller goes a little bit cheaper, but anything larger almost doubles in price. And for some reason, I don't know why, but the 1-inch is the sweet spot. 19 bucks, I can get 500 of them, and they're stainless steel. Okay, so now we are going to decomplicate this by exporting it. Okay, now we delete it. Let's make sure Tinkercad didn't do anything weird to it. Eight screw. Auto repaired 4 errors, so it's a good thing we did this. Fixed by Windows repair algorithm. And then probably those errors probably didn't mean anything, but it's easy enough to fix it. Might as well. Now, can I simplify this anymore, or is that going to wreck it? I think it's going to wreck it if I try to simplify it anymore. Yeah, I can't do that. And, well, that cuts it in half. Ooh, no, I don't like that at all. But I'm okay with that. But it only lowers it by 1,000 triangles. Not enough to fuss over. Okay, discard. Okay, so leave it like that. Okay, so we take this and we open it. Well, first, how do I create a grid? Let's see. Fan grill? Yeah, that'll work. And there's a couple grid patterns. See files. There we go. There's a grid pattern right there. Okay. First, let's fix this. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay, we can recombine these two. Then we can combine this, this, and this. Did you ignore my command to join this piece? Yes, you did. Okay. That looks good to me. Yeah, Logan. What the fuck is that noise? Wow, that was loud. What's up? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. How did you send it? How did you send it? Okay. Hang on. God damn, was that background noise loud when you first answered? Holy shit. I actually had to pull the phone away from my ear. It was so bad. I didn't know my phone could be that loud. Okay. Hang on. I'm logging into messages. I have a download link, but no file. Email it to me. Text message doesn't like funky files. Yeah, it's not downloading. Let me switch off of my main camera. Go. Yeah. Hang on a second, Logan. GOKO. Yeah. Work order assignment. Here we go. Yeah, PDF by text message. That's not going to work. Let's see. Now, what are you looking for? Yes, call, text, or email Jacqueline Mace to check out. Doesn't say anything about checking in, though. The phone number is, you ready? Actually, I better not say that out loud. Hang on. Yeah. Says scope of work description, reference number W062958. Then right below that says vendor instructions. And it provides both phone number and email. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I realize, yeah, I don't see a check in, but I see a check out, and I assume it's the same number. Well, I guess you could text that phone number. Yeah. Okay. You got it. Okay, no problem. Bye. Sorry about that. Logan doesn't know I'm streaming today. Let me switch back to view for you guys. I gotta be blocking something. Nope, we got good heat dissipation. It's all clear. Making sure the heat vents for the computer are clear because it'll throttle if it thermals. Okay. So what I want to do, oh yeah, we have to import it. Import. I want to import the grid as well. Are you just gonna not grab the goddamn square? Just grab the freaking thing, man. Like, what the hell? Okay. Actually, Jesus, come on! Why does it have to be so hypersensitive? Just play nice. Are you fucking kidding me? It's like it's the sensitivity's turned up to 1,000. That can't be the hard drive because it's going to be working on a RAM, not a hard drive. Come on. Mhm. There we go. Okay. Drop that down. Now we make this bigger. This. Let's do this. This. Okay. Really? Really? You insist on grabbing just random other parts of the screen and then you ignore the fact that I held the fucking shift key down? Really want to bite something. Gonna make me want to bite something. See? It's grabbing something else on the screen. It's just saying, oh, I'm just gonna grab another random object on the screen just because I can. It's like, come on, give me a break. Oh. Come on, I hit Control D. Do what I say. Come on. Why won't you move? Why? Why won't it move? Sometimes I swear to God, I don't know what the hell it's thinking. Oh, that fucking button, man. Okay, we're gonna make this 5 millimeters thick. Let's make it 8 millimeters thick. Okay. Really? Oh, play nice. Okay. Now we take this and this. Align on this, on the face, in the center, and in the center. Oh my, it almost isn't big enough. Holy crap. So if we do this, we gotta do this. You and you, make you 10. Let's go back down to 8. That's more like it. Go back to this one. Let's make you 9. Come on. Now we change this to 8. Not what I asked you to do. I released the shift key, which means you should not have done an equidistant shift again. Just this dimension, please. Okay. Take this and join. I don't want that color. That's not the right color either. Is this one? Is this one? I don't know what fucking color it was. It's gonna be silver now. Okay, I don't know why that's doing that. Is one sticking in? No, if it was sticking in, you wouldn't be able to see it. Which means it's sticking out. Which means I need to do a, I need to plane it, so to speak. Clean up the face. Okay. This and this should clean up the face nicely. There we go. I don't think I'm going to get any heat dissipation through here, but I do need to be able to stick the wires through here. Which means I need a place to stick the wires. which means I need one of these openings to have a slot. Actually, I don't. You just shove the wire between the fan grates, the grills. Okay. And now I'll be able to stick a piece of foam in here. This is, no, that's correct. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's make this transparent so I can see how deep the holes go. Why the hell did you do that? Because I'm off axis. That's why. Want to ununion those. This actually creates a problem because these holes are going to be bigger now. But they don't have to go in as deep. I could just not make them as deep. That should solve that problem. Right? These all separate now? Yes. Yes. Oh. Control D. 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 Okay. Let's do this on the face. Take one of these and one of these, and we center on you here. And we take another one, center on you. Line on you here, here. Then we grab another one, center on you. You ignored what I told you to do. Center on you. You son of a bitch. It moved right before I clicked. You. Onto you. Okay. Now we take you. And you. And you. And you. Align. Join. Then we join with this one. Join. Okay. Now I can delete these. Okay, now I have actual proper threaded holes. Okay. I am happy with that. Now we need to fix this piece. I can see that that's the small one. Now, why am I missing? Oh, it got resized. Nope, that's wrong. Puny Paper God. That's a cool name. All right, I need to split these up. Split. Okay, these are now, let's do this. Okay, that one's split. That one's split. But this one, that one is split. So we want to control D, align, U, here, there, and there. Okay. That gets us our big holes. Now these are not big enough. Let's split. These are 7.5 by 7.5. That's actually should be big enough for the screws. If I remember correctly. They're only 5 by 5. Let's verify that. No, that's going to be like 10 millimeters. "48 Pinon Road, Edgewood, New Mexico, 87015. Phone number 215-791-1519. Is the number being ported in, while the helium number is how do I get the helium number? Phone number. Okay. Oh no, come on. Are you serious? What? 48 Pinon Road, Edgewood, New Mexico, 87015. And helium phone number. Why can't you use the existing SIM card? Question. I've never had a SIM card needing placed in order to perform this process. I'm just working on my new flashlight. In fact, I almost forgot what I had to look up. 0.413 inches to millimeters. 10.49. So yeah, I need 11 millimeters. Okay. So this is only 7.5. Yeah, that'll do that. All right. All right, how do I do this? So, 7.5 divided by 100. Not what I asked you to do. 0.75. So let's do 11.5 divided by 0.075. I need to go to 153%. 153%. Okay. 153%. No. Why is that so much bigger than that? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, what the hell? How did they both get adjusted? How did that happen? What the hell? I must have done it twice somehow. Why didn't that work? There we go. Oh man, this thing always has to annoy me. I don't want both. Jesus. There we go. All right. This one, this one, this one, this one. Join them together. Now we take them and drag them through the model. We're about that deep. Okay. First of all, I don't need these. This is the skinny ones. Those can all go away. These can shove all the way through. Now, why does this have two? Whatever it is, they're gone. Okay, that works a lot better because it's going to take more than 3 to 5 days usually. Smiley face. So all I do is give you that reference number and you'll be able to resume the process once I have the new SIM card, question mark. Okay. .9. Control D. Center on U. Okay, something doesn't seem right. Yeah, why isn't this centered? I mean, it's a tiny difference, but these should not be different. These should all be centered. I mean, we're talking about a micro movement here, but still. Okay. So these should join. These, if if it'll actually let me select them. Also join. Now these should line up with these. That looks like it lines up to me. Yep, although not perfectly. Interesting. They're not perfectly lined up. Okay. Why aren't they lined up? These need to be unaligned. Okay. You. All right, that one's lined up. Yep, center, center. Okay. Those are lined up. Those are lined up. And those are lined up. Okay, so what's the problem? I do think I need to move these. All right, come on. Dragos, let me show you what we're doing. So I designed a flashlight that uses a really, really big battery. So it'll run for a very, very long time. Basically, you'll never have to replace this battery, ever. It should last longer than you'll live. This is the first version, and we are now working on version 2, which is far more compact. By the way, 230 grams of plastic. This will fit like that. This will fit like this. And there is the Mark II of the flashlight. We're now just making slight corrections. Okay, thank you very much. I will wait for the new SIM card. You could even do a version with the sides infill only. Huh? I mean, don't do any walls? They don't have no strength. I don't want to do that. 230 grams is fine. I'm totally okay with that amount of filament. I might try to make the handle a little bit thinner, because that's still a pretty beefy handle. No, remember, I have gigantic hands. I mean, I'm not kidding when I say I have big hands. My hand is 20 centimeters long, and the width of my hand is over 10 centimeters wide. I got a big hand. So if this is big in my hand, it's going to be really big in anybody else's hand too. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to grab this. Okay, well, these are aligned now, which means, nope, that's not going to work. Which means I should be able to bring these back to where I want them. Okay, which is there. So I should be able to select these. Oh, why is it doing that? Is that a group? Yes, it is. No, because that just creates more walls, which will actually make it heavier. I've been through that before. If you try to get rid of walls in favor of, unless you're doing infill only, but if you try to create an empty structure, you actually make it heavier because walls weigh significantly more than infill does. So we take this and we're going to go 1 millimeter. We're going to move a millimeter in and a millimeter up. Okay, then we're going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to move a millimeter in, millimeter up. And we're going to do the same thing here. And you ignored my commands again. Because you're an asshole. Okay. Millimeter in and down. Okay. In and down. Okay. That should do it. Okay, now I need to make an additional change here. So let's highlight all this and join it. Then we hide it because I need to move this out. How far out do I need to move? Light. Heat sink. How big is it? Ain't gonna let me do it. Oh, yeah, it's not gonna work. Okay. Yeah, I can't measure that. How the hell do I measure that? Oh, that's almost perfect. So it's that thick I gotta subtract. That is 3 millimeters. There it is. Well, that one I can leave the same. I think that one's perfect, and this one needs to be moved. Uh-oh. Why can't I adjust that? Did I merge this at some point? Okay, there it goes. I didn't think I did that. There it is. What? I need a relative distance. There it is. -3. Not what I want. I'm going to take these two, merge them. Take this and bring it in. That. Merge. That looks good. And it did bring it even. So I just had that square in too far. Okay. And we bring these out. And we merge this. Okay, I don't like that. How thick is that? I would rather if that had, wait a minute. No, this is printing this face down. I'd rather this angle be more obvious. So let's hide this. Separate these. Gotta separate this. There we go. Separate. 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 Gotta take all these. These pick what I tell you to pick. Why do you keep disobeying me? I told you to pick that. You even have it highlighted. No, the other one was highlighted. Okay, that. See, I actually want this to be flat, but because of the orientation I have to print it, I can't have it flat. There has to be a cone shape. Otherwise, I'll need support. And I'd rather die than have support. You too, Drago. Okay. Join. Good. Bring everything back. Much better. And join. There we go. Now I've got some meat. And that will fully recess the screw heads, so they will not be visible. And they won't scratch anything, because this part here is going to be printed in TPU. Okay. Now we come back to this. Grab you and you. And you disobeyed me again. One of these days, you're going to disobey me one too many times. I'm going to take a sledgehammer to you. We're going to see what you think of that. Okay. That takes care of that. They now have proper dimensioned holes. I already know that this will slip right through these holes. I've already tested it. Because this is a number 8 wood screw, and it does correctly slide right through these holes, no problem. Because it doesn't have to bite into this, it has to bite into the other part. Okay. Alright, I've corrected the depth. So now we have the correct depth for screw heads. Okay. That print okay? Yes, that printed perfectly fine. Have no problems with that. This should now be finished. I should not have to change anything here. Did I get that the right dimension? Should be about an inch. Excuse me? You somehow grab one of the threads? What's the probability of that? I guess pretty good. That should not have been possible. All right. That is 16 millimeters or 15 millimeters. This needs to be at least 10. Oh, come on. At the last fucking second, you moved it? Really? You waited to the last second to move it? Like, why? Oh, come on. There's 10. Oof. That's a little close. Okay, so that needs to move up. That's 25 millimeters right there, and we are into the concave. I need the shaft to be proper there. Let's move this. Why won't you move? Okay, that should do it. I have to make sure there's enough space in here to get rid of the bolt head, but I have to make sure that the screws do not bottom out. Although it'll just be going into infill, so it's not really a big deal if they bottom out. But still, proper design, don't let them bottom out. You want a little wiggle room there. Although, if I don't want it to be too close. Why can't I drag it? Why does it got to keep annoying me? Okay. Although the screw is going to sit on top of this edge. Oh, I'm dumb. The screw is going to sit up here. Why can't I pick it? Highlight the fucking thing. Okay. That should be done. This should be done. Now we need to make a few corrections to this. All right, first things first. There we go. Now, need to rotate this. Just a little. Then I need to move it in because there's actually a tiny gap there. Negative 0.1. There's actually a tiny little gap between these two parts. And I was able to separate them in the slicer. That was bad. Okay. Let's take these parts here, join them. Okay. Should be able to take this, do this. Did I just do something ass backwards? I mean, did I click the wrong goddamn button? Join. Thank you. Something's wrong. Where's my cone? Where's the cone? That should not be a flat edge. That should be a cone. I screwed something up. You are pissing me off. Okay, I screwed something up. Why did you go that way? I mean, how the hell do you interpret moving right as moving left? How does that even work? What the hell? Oh, Jesus Christ. I gotta do it all over again. Because undo doesn't undo a hide. What is this all about? Go away. Test. Go away. Go away. Go away. Excellent test. Oh, I see what I did. I see what I did. I have to do this. I have to do these three. And then join this one. Okay. That's what I needed. All right, next thing I want to do is I want to make this a little bit smaller. Or do I want to stop messing with it and just leave it alone? I think I'm going to stop messing with it and leave it alone. Okay, split this. Good. Now let's just start shifting. Let's see. I want to take this and join it with this, this, and this. That looks pretty good. Oh, we do have a little correction we need to make there. That did not get joined properly, but I can fix that. Okay. I'm going to move this all the way down here. We're going to move this up here as far as we can. And put this as far up here as we can. That should not interfere. Although I am going to have an extension coming out of that. Okay. We want this to be 28. Now, how far is it going to stick out? Here. Where is that device? Here it is. So the part that's able to protrude is 9 millimeters. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. So this is 9 by 6.25 by 11.5. Do this. Is there no way I can bring that around and work on that as if it's a top plane? Is it just going to refuse to allow me to do that? Like, I want to rotate it this way and then this way, and it won't let me do it. Okay. The total is 28 millimeters. So we're there. I believe I did get that right. Yes, 28 millimeters. Okay, the next section is, well, let's see here. Oh, what do you want, Logan? Yes, Logan. What's up? What? Yeah, I'm just on my stream. I told you, and it's okay. I told you an hour ago I was on my stream. It's no big deal. What's up? Okay. All right, bye. You son of a bitch. Really? Really? That's what you're gonna do? I went to pick up the piece, and it snagged on the blanket, which yanked it out of my hand and flung it onto the floor. Like, seriously? Gotta be kidding me. The little solder connections on the bottom snagged on my hand and yanked it out of my hand. Okay. All right, how do I want to do this next? Control D. 21. All right, let's add. Is it right here? Why is this so hard to read? Two millimeters. 8.25. Okay. Okay, now how big is it this way? It's only 9? But that's a... Okay, that's incorrect. Because that's a plus... That's a +5. $13.25. Okay. Now we control D again. Not what I want you to do. Control D again. And what's the delta now? Delta now is 510. Which means this needs to be 11. Okay. And our height is going to be a +4. Okay. Okay, there's the physical volume of space that this little gadget consumes. Okay. And as we can see, that needs to move. Come on. Can't you just do what I want you to do? Why is this? Why is it on the bottom? Give me one good reason why that's on the bottom. Come on. Shift to the top where you belong. What is your fucking malfunction? I had to go down for it to go up? As if that makes any sense whatsoever. Brrr. Okay. Why is it down here again? It shouldn't be doing that. It really shouldn't. This belongs up here. Sometimes I just don't know. I don't know why it does the things it does. Okay, so let's get this out of the way. Okay, that should be completely out of the way. But I don't want it to be too far down or it'll be exposed. And we don't want the switch to get exposed. Okay. Okay. Okay, the first thing we can do is we can slap a hemisphere in here. Something like this. Come on. That. Stretch you out this way. That. Once again, it's on the bottom. It doesn't belong. Let's do this back to solid. Not this stupid fucking pink color. Jesus. Okay. Let's do this. Line, 2. U. Okay, we are immersed. Okay, we are down. Side. Oh, we got rid of that. Actually, I could just go down a little more. Go. Let's go 39. Let's go 40. Okay. Next thing I want to do is I want to add a chunk here. Do this. This. I want to put this chunk here. This. This. $7.5. There we go. Come on. Bring this all the way down to here, like that. And we want to put one of these in here. But we got to do this. This. So we take this and this. It's ignoring me again. Vince, are you in the stream chat? I'm live on YouTube. If you go there, we could talk. This, good. Okay, I know what I need to do. Here's a neat little trick you can do. do this. Bring the pieces like that. Then select both. Of course, deselected, even though I told it not to. Then doing a line on this one, the end here like that. And now deselect, select, and reinvert. There you go. Now we're going to bring this down a little more, because we got to make sure we have enough room for the bracket here, and that this angle is shallow enough that I can build this shelf without breaking anything. Okay. I should be able to extend this into the walls. Yipper. Okay. Let's grab this. Come on, let me grab it. I want to bring this as far. We want to bring it up into this space if we can. Am I inside the volume or not? I am. Can't fucking tell. I don't think I am. Yeah, I think I can see that I'm not. Yeah, there it is right there. Okay. I see it now. So this has to come. Need finer than that. Okay, now we're inserted, but we're not sticking inside here. Come on! Now I need to do a Control D of this, because I want to rotate it. Not exactly what I wanted. I think I can get there. Come on. Work with me. There we go. You don't have to be a dickhead. Okay. Oh. Grab you. That didn't work. That didn't work at all. Because you're a wanker. Need you. I need you. I need you. Why won't you let me pick you? Because you're a fucking asshole. It can really be a dick sometimes. It just won't let you pick certain things. And you. Merge. Come on, come on, come on. First things first, we can rotate that. There we go. screwed that up. Take you, and we stretch you this way. That's a better angle. Don't need that much angle, I don't think. I think that's an okay angle. Let's bring you up more. We don't want that. I didn't realize I was going to penetrate that. Okay, you need to go down a little bit. Get you inside, not penetrating our threads. Okay. Cyber Bob, are you the one who was talking in the Discord stream? Are you Vince? Okay. I wanted to let Vince know that Amazon Haul is, well, I haven't looked at it, so take this with a grain of salt, but it sounds like Amazon Haul is mostly a ripoff. It's just you're just buying AliExpress and Temu stuff at inflated prices. So you're better off just buying from AliExpress and Temu. See, the more of this I can support, the less prone to damage it'll be. Yeah. Okay. So, is that enough angle? I think it is. Is the angle of the dangle sufficient? Okay. So we take that, this, and this, and this, and we now join it all. See if there's any gaps. Why is it red? It's the last color I'd want. Red is the worst color in Tinkercad ever. Okay. So we have enough gap there. That is incorrect. Okay, we have to fix that. .2. Okay, that should put us inside the wall, I hope. No, it doesn't. Come on. Come on. How far around do I have to go before you flip? Oh, we're starting to get exposed, which we don't want. Want to be inside. Why are we still meshed here? Okay, now we're engulfed, but we're probably exposed. Just a little. There. Clean over here. Are we still clean in here? Yes, we are. Why did you do that? Okay. Okay, that looks good. Okay, let's see what happens if I merge this. And merge. Of course, it's going to make it orange. I don't know why it's going to make it orange. No, it made it green. Why? Where the hell did he get the green from? Just picked it out of its ass. Okay. All right, so the switch goes there. The USB socket goes here. And that's a lot of support for that USB socket. Do I actually have a hole going through there, or do I have some magical shelf there? No, it's going all the way through. All right. I wouldn't mind a little more meat on this here, but I don't think I need it. I think it's plenty. Let's do this. That's just not going to work. Okay. So we got to turn that into a solid. This has to duplicate, turn it into a hole, join it with this. You're an asshole. Join it with this. Now we have to export this because this now includes every single piece of the flashlight, which is going to make it an incredibly complex little piece of file work, which would be absolutely no good for the health of Tinkercad. So we have to export it, which gets rid of all the baggage that came with it. Not what I wanted. Of course, my mouse stopped right before I got where I was going and picked the file below it. Okay. Now we take this and we align it with this here. Bring you here. Then we bring you here and here. Then it's not going to let me do it. We delete the red one. Now we have a cut tool without any of the baggage. Now I just take this, extend it this way and this way. That is not the way I told you to, you piece of shit. You are a piece of shit. Go. Turn that into a hole. We join them. That's a quick and dirty way of not having to go backwards through all my steps to get rid of baggage and to get my channel for my wire reinstalled. How did I know it was going to do that? Of course it did that. Why wouldn't it do that? Take a guess how much I care. You're stuck with it now. Let's see here. I do not like how that channel lines up with screw hole. Okay, that's really bad. Anybody tell me why that's bad? It's really, really bad because how do I center this? This is no longer symmetrically round. So this is 73 wide, but it's only 71.59 tall. .73 by 73. Let's go 64. Drop. Drop. You're just going to ignore me. Drop, you asshole. .73 by 73. Align. You. Here. Okay. Oh, come on. Arrgh! Why are you colored like that? That is so weird. See how it's like transparent in there? It shouldn't be. Now I could take that one, rotate it 180. Now I can delete this. Go. Now I could put a channel in here. The reason we can't have it like that is because the screw will go through the wire. And that would be bad. Looks about right. Am I cutting away my threads? No, I'm not. Okay. This channel's no good because that channel is lined up with screw holes. And that would result in the possibility of the screw for the switch going through the screw or through the wire that's going to the negative side of the battery. And that would be bad. We don't want that. Okay. Now, the only thing I wish is that I wish I had a way of securing the USB socket better. I think, is there a way I can create a channel for a zip tie? Am I overthinking it? Because a little bit of glue would do it too. A little bit of hot glue. That would probably be enough. How can I secure that in there? Do I need to? Starting to think I don't need to. Because that's a pretty nice channel for that to fit in. Okay. I think we call it, oh, this is an overhang, but that's okay. It'll bridge fine. Okay. All right, let's tear it apart. The next step. Okay, let's put this together. Just so I can have these be a single piece. Okay. Split you. Okay. We don't need to cut you up anymore. Or you anymore. Okay, now we just need to mess with this piece. Good, I can delete that. Okay. Split you again. Is there other crap in there? Not sure. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get rid of that. Split you again. There we go. That's what I wanted right there. Okay, so we take this and join. Okay, that gets us shortened. How did I cut this? That's how I cut it. So this needs to be 10.01. There we go. That should be as that simple as that. Join. Okay. Gotta bring this in a little bit. Go. See, I should be able to bring these together. Okay. Okay. Oh, I gotta chop off the end because this needs to have a better mating surface with print bed. Otherwise, it won't stick right. Why did you let go? I did not add, and you didn't let go, but you just stopped moving. Man, I hate that so much. Come on, let me grab the fucking box. Oh, he's got to agitate me. Okay. That should get me a nice mating surface. Yes. I have a nice big mating surface. Okay. Now we should be able to join these three together. Stop using pink. I love pink, but not in Tinkercad. It sucks in Tinkercad. Why won't you let me join you? You and you. There we go. Join. And then we join it with you. Join. Then we join all of you. I don't know where it's getting the orange, but it's not going to do orange. It's going to do green. Whatever. Okay, so that should get rid of that gap. We now have the USB-C more supported, and on top, the switch below. The channel is now opposite the screws, so we won't push the screw through the freaking wire. I don't need to move the, although one advantage of moving the battery down, is I have more space to put the donut to hold the battery. That's a pretty big benefit. So I don't need to make it that much larger. Okay, let's split this apart again, because I know how to do it. Okay. There. So I take all of this and I move it this way 10 millimeters. Okay. Now I should be able to take this and recut it. To this new dimension. I should be able to take, let's cut this now so I don't have to worry about this later. Let's cut this one now so I don't have to worry about this later. Okay. Now we take all of this except for this. I don't know why I had to do that twice, but there it is. Now let's get rid of all these colors. Maybe it'll stop using the pinks and the other bullshit colors. Okay. Now we take all of this, join it. Then we take these two, Join it. And then this is how you do parametric in Tinkercad, by the way. What you see me doing, everything in a specific order, is a way of getting some parametricity in Tinkercad. It's all about doing everything in a proper sequence. And where the I know where it's getting a fucking green. I know where it's getting that fucking green from. That one right there. Piece of shit. How about silver? How about suck my dick now? Green's gone. Bastard. Okay, there's our channel is intact. USB-C socket is in place. Switch socket is in place. Okay. How big is this? 245. Ooh, we are just small enough. 256 is the max. Now how big was that center? Crap. All right, let's go do it again. Okay. So this is going to be a Control D. Then we're going to hide you. Okay. Now we take all of this, join it, watch it grab the purple. It didn't. It used orange. Okay, I can live with orange. That looks good. Then we join these. That looks good. We join these two. And then we join all this. Okay. Bring everything back. We're going to hide you again. Okay, hide you. Okay, we're going to hide you. How big is this? 42. Okay, so we want this to be a millimeter smaller. So 4.2 is 10%, 0.42 is 1%. So we need about 2%. Let's do 2.5%. Yeah, I want it to be 1 millimeter smaller. 98%. That gets us 1 millimeter smaller. Perfect. Turn this back into a solid. Actually, I should be able to build this right into the model. Shouldn't I? Yeah, I should be able to build this right into the model. But how do I do that? So that means I need to go back. And I need to make this bigger. U, 101%. Make it bigger so it overlaps the interior wall. Let's see, let's make you 10. Turn you into a solid. All right. Where's my cone of death? Right there. This is 4245 by 4245, which is really let's cheat. Line on you. This way and this way. Come on. .6 by 2.6. So we don't need to increase the number of sides. Select both. Line on you now. Center, center. Okay. Okay, so 42.6 is 21.3. 21.3. There we go. Increase the number of sides to 64. And we invert. Ah. The base radius needs to be slightly smaller. Make it 21. This way we have a border. And we join. Okay. Now I have a stuffer ring. Should be able to simply insert that into here. Right about there. Okay. Actually, that needs to go down a little more because I extended the length of this shaft by 10 millimeters. So we should be able to go, say, 8. I think that'll be enough. Okay. Join that together. And because that is concave, that will print without supports. Now the battery cannot go up past that. It'll hit that. And I can also put a hole in the middle of that. So let's undo this again. Let's do a cylinder. Come on. Why does it always move at the last second? Right when I'm done, it moves. It's like, okay, there it is. I click and then it moves. It's like, really? Like, you're going to dick with me like that? So that's 42. So we're going to make this 35. Because this doesn't have, this only has to have a lip. Just enough to hold the battery. Come on. Oh, here. Then select that one. Align. You. Here. Here. Then we shove you right up this thing's ass. There we go. That's all we need. It's a little donut to stop the battery from going any further forward. a little piece of foam in the bottom, although we won't need the foam because we're going to make it out of TPU. Okay. Okay, is there anything else I need to fix? USB, I don't have a way of securing the USB port yet. Do I need to? I mean, that's a pretty generous cavity for it to shove into. A little, even just sticking a piece of foam in here might be enough. Oh crap, I forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot about that. Damn it. No, I don't have to. You and you. Hi, baby. Why did you do that? What the hell? What the hell is that? How did I get two of them? Hi. Really? And you had to select everything, huh? You couldn't just select the piece that was in my face. You had to select everything. Okay? Now, lick them. Now what are you going to do? Ah! Ah! Checkmate, bitch. All right. Flat bottom. Less than 250 millimeters. No support required. USB swapped with the switch and well supported. Chamfer to stop the battery from coming forward. Channel for the wire to go to the negative terminal. Threads merged with the body so they're no longer separate shells. Gap reduced for the tail cap. I think that's all I need to do. I think I got it. The only thing I don't like is this bridging up here for the USB-C port. My concern is if there's any kind of collisions, that the only thing holding this onto the bed is this little brim down here. That could fail. Unlikely, but it could. Okay. I think that's it. So, flash light, Mark II. Really? Fucking caps lock. Mark II. V2. Mark II V2. It's going to be body. I've learned to use dashes instead of underscores because dashes take up less space on the printer screen. I don't know why, they just do. Okay. It's the body. Okay. We do still need to modify the tail cone. Okay. Do I need to make any other changes? Wait, what is that? That's just the heatsink area. It's fine. Okay. Okay. Threading has been updated. Everything has been centered. Grid has been added so that I can put some foam in here to friction fit this. It's been increased by 3 millimeters. The holes have been corrected. The countersinking has been corrected. It's now properly set for 1-inch screws. Hey, Conrail. I think I got it. I rotated this 10 degrees so this doesn't look kind of funky with that. But whatever it comes out to be, it'll be close enough. Can't think of anything else. I think we're good. Okay. This is the head. This is the bumper. Right, last thing to modify. This is a little too thin here. Gotta see if there's anything I could do about that. Just need to make it a hair thicker. Let's see. Let's see what happens when I take this apart. Okay, that's to cut my threads a little bit. I think that's, I don't know what that is. What is that? Oh, that's the threads themselves. So that and this, nope, this and this can be joined. Okay. Let's make this a substantially different color. Now let's take this. Split it. There it goes. Okay. So we need to make this a little bit bigger. So let's make this 95%, 96%. Nope, too much. Let's do 98%. 8%. That should be enough. To give me just a little bit of meat. Now, what does this look like internally? Nope, not what I wanted to do. Okay. I do want that because that gives me, since this is going to be printed in TPU, this gives me a little bit of shock absorption to protect the end of the battery terminal there. Okay. That should be the cap. Cap. Okay, let's put you here. Then we're going to drop you to there. That will not go that far. It's probably going to go to more like that. That's probably as far as that's going to go. In order to make these come together flush, this would have to be flat, but because of the orientation I'm printing it, I can't do that because it won't be sitting correctly. Drop. Now transparent. And we do have a little bit of gapping space here. That's good because that means I could put a foam disc in here and in here to add a little bit of shock absorption. I might even be able to print like a TPU washer to put in here so that the battery will have some shock absorption. Good. So there is enough space, and that also gets the end terminal out of the way of all this crap here. Okay. All right, so now put our end plate here, and we drop. Then we move our end plate here. Take this, drop it. Take this, drop it. This is a piece which I am going crazy with because the plane is wrong. It's 4.3. I don't need that anymore. Okay. All right. There it is. Mark II V2. And we were able to secure the battery without printing a fifth part. So we are still only printing 4 pieces. These overhangs here are a bit rough. This angle's a bit rough, but I think it'll be okay. I don't think it'll be a problem. Okay. I think we're ready to rock and roll. Once again, I'm going to print these 2 pieces out of PETG or PLA. And then if everything goes together perfectly, then I'll reprint these 2 pieces out of TPU. That should be plenty of volume for the electronics. I can't think of anything else I need to fix. I think we're good. Pissing off my cat. All right. Can you guys think of anything else that I should include? One thing I could include is I got to figure out how I want to do it, but I wouldn't mind having a strap. I really wouldn't mind being, screwing right into this and this, having 2 screw holes here so that I can install a hand strap to make it easier to hang on to the thing. But I don't think I'm going to do that. Not right now. Now, what I might do later on is this is pretty fat right here. I could try reducing the diameter of this section by a little bit. Well, I would just put 2 screw holes, one here and one here. And then I have to find an appropriate strap. Or we could print one out of TPU. I could use the 1-inch screws here, but I could not use the 1-inch screws here. You know how to select the battery, even though it's inside? Here's a little Tinkercad trick for you. Select both, and then deselect the outside. There, now the battery's only selected. So the battery is 41, and this is 71. That's 31, which means the buckle would have to be at least a 1/2 inch on the outside to prevent my 1-inch screw from penetrating the battery. At that point, I'd probably want to put a bump on the outside so that I have more plastic for the screw to attach to. And it would not be hard to print a TPU strap. That would be pretty easy, actually. How much room do I have? Yeah, there's enough room. Well, if I strap it in up here and here, because I did make this 10 millimeters longer. So yeah, because you're going to want the switch here, which means you're going to want the strap right 90 degrees. Well, a little more than 90, about a third the way around, 120 degrees. You'd want the strap to be like right there. This would have to be a really thick strap. But then I could put another set over here so that you could have right hand or left hand. Because a left-hander is going to want the strap over here, while a right-hander is going to want the strap over here. As you can see, there's a nice deep recess for the switch. Hopefully, if I design this right, the switch will be below this recess. Assuming I didn't screw it up, the switch will be below this recess, so you cannot accidentally turn it on. But this is also wide enough that, my big giant thumb fits in here no problem. So even if you're wearing like ski gloves and it's going to be a big chunky switch, you'll be able to just go with the switch. Also, by having more room down here, that's also a good thing because we'll have room for our bullet connector. Because I'm going to put a bullet connector in here so that if you're going to store this flashlight for a long time, you can disconnect the battery cell, so it'll just be its normal self-discharge rate, which means if you charge it up to like 75%, you could put this in your go bag for 5 years, and you'll still have several nights worth of power to power the light. And we got rid of this gap. We got rid of this thin wall problem with this by making that thicker. Flip these two around so that's not in the way. I hate the fact that this does not line up with that, so I shifted the threads 10 degrees. I had a problem where this piece was actually separate from this piece because there was technically a 0.01 gap right in between the two pieces. We fixed that. I had to chop the end off to give me a bigger surface area to touch the bed. That's now part of the model. You don't have to do that manually. The whole thing will print without supports. These holes cracked. This part here, you're probably going to want to do 3 walls to make sure you have enough plastic. Also, you're going to want to make sure there's enough infill, that the infill attaches to the cylinders that make up the threads, because otherwise what happens is the threads will break free on the inside. I gotta work on that. See if there's a way I can beef that up. I also, one of them was just close enough to break the surface. Can't really see that. It was just close enough that it created a little edge right there. So I moved them all in just a little bit to take care of that. Okay. Is there anything else I want to do? Yeah, I think I am going to add the strap connector. I think that would be a nice addition. It would also allow you to put like a little, cheap carabiner on there and attach it to your backpacking crap or your molly. It is going to be a 3-position switch, so we're going to use 2 constant current drivers. So you'll be able to run this in full blast mode like that. Then we'll also have a firefly mode. And how much light? I don't care. Whatever you want. They're constant current drivers with a pot. So you can adjust for whatever freaking brightness you want. I'm going to make mine just enough to read a book. At that mode, my objective is 7 days. I'd like to get a 7-day runtime. I think that'd be just fucking cool. Turn my flashlight on and it'll run for 7 days. I just think that would be nice. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, adding the strap up here, easy. All I need to do is create a dimple. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I like that idea enough that now I want to do it. All right. So we're going to put them on the top and then we're going to move them around. Import. Choose file. Screw. Okay. We're going to use the end cap because the end cap is round. Of course, the mouse is not keeping up because my computer is dying or something. It's not crashing, so it's like, is it being overloaded? Firefox is taking 3 gigabytes of fucking memory, and OBS is taking 500 megabytes, but I have 16 gigabytes of RAM, so I'm not worried about the RAM. My CPU is only running at 50%. Why is it so dog slow? I mean, that's a lot of CPU usage, but it's only half of its rating. So why? 67% I'm running, so I'm running at 2/3. What's the problem? whatever I need to run this second screen isn't even showing up. That's down here. It's using nothing. So Space Desk isn't grinding me to a halt. The only thing taken up is the audio, which makes sense because I'm processing microphone sound. Firefox is, for whatever reason, taking up 3 gigabytes of memory and a half a gig to OBS. So why? I don't get it. There shouldn't be anything wrong with this computer. I got 80 gigabytes of free hard drive space, so that's not a problem. Oh man. Okay. Did you stop it? Why aren't you down here? So the one strap's going to be up here. I guess it doesn't really matter if the screw goes all the way through. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I can put a dimple on the inside so that the screw doesn't actually get exposed. That's easy enough to add. Let's do this. So here we are. Let's make this 25. Let's make it 20 because we're going to have the straps going to be at least 5 millimeters thick. So now, come on, grab these two, align on you here. Okay. Now we delete you, make you transparent. Okay, so that's 20 millimeters in, which means I'll need to make a dimple to protect from that. Okay. How are we going to do this? I think a pyramid is our best bet. No, we don't want to use, oh yeah, we got sides. We want to use a cone because the cone you can change to sides. 4. There. Okay, so make the base radius a little bit bigger. Give it a top radius. How big is the screw? The hole is 5 millimeters, so the top needs to be at least 8. Which means the bottom we're going to make probably 20. And then we're going to skinny it up. And then we're going to make the height, probably get away with 10. Well, we're going to do 15 because we're going to have to insert it in to the object. Okay. Here and here. Come on. And Okay. Let's make it a little bit bigger. That's going to look something like that. That's awfully big. Okay, let's do this. Nope. Let's do this. Five by 5. And you just ignored what I said because you're an asshole. 5 by 5. The line on you here and here. Okay, 25. That's how long the screw is. Actually, it's going to be 20 because the strap's going to be 5 millimeters thick. Okay. Come on. Why does it do that? Okay. Do we stick through? Yes, we do. Get it? Oh, right there. We're right there at the edge. Okay. That's a big bump, man. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Can I even print that? Would that even work? I'm not sure if that would work or not. It might. What if I were to make this quite a bit shorter and lengthen it? You could do that. Because if I did this, I could have the screw go in at an angle. All I have to do is the work plane here, import the screw. That did not work. Oh, wait a minute. I know what I have to do. I know what I have to do. Okay. I have to copy, then move the work plane here, and then paste. Paste. There it is. Now we have the right angle of the dangle. Why is it? That's weird. There it goes. Okay. Let's drop it. -20. Is that enough to keep it out of the battery? First of all, let's give me the fucking box. Okay. Is that enough? Keep it out of the battery? Not even close. Okay. I would need that kind of angle. Keep it out of the battery. That is what I would need. What I could do is I could put this on the end here. Come on. I'm going to bring you down to here. Power must have blinked out because the ice machine's going off. Okay. Take you and you. Now, the real question is, will that print? Okay. Okay. Then take this, lengthen, rotate. What are you doing? That, this. Didn't get my shift key. But okay. So that gets me my screw. Now, is that still 1 inch? Or did I screw that up? Or 20 millimeters I need. Why? 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 I need the fucking thing to be up here. Why won't it? Why does it insist on putting it down? Why is it down there? Why is it behind the fucking cube? Jesus. $20. Oh, that's plenty. So there's our 20 mark, which means we can recess it more. Don't need this anymore. Just need you to sink you in a little bit, just like that. Yes. That should do it. This is a whole. Come on. Let's make sure it's centered. You and you. Align on you. Center. Okay. Now we make you a bundle. Okay. Now we take you and you. Make sure you're centered on you. There. Okay. Okay. That takes care of that. Yeah, that'll make a nice curvy strap right there, and you'll have an opening to slide your fingers right in. I like that. All right. Now, is that really that have to go that far? Let's hide that for now. Let's put you on the end of this. And again, why is the goddamn control node on the opposite side? I can't do anything with it there. Why won't it put it over here? See, like that. I just don't get that. Yes, it actually has to go in that far. Okay. Oh. Delete you. Let's do another cone. There. We're going to do 4 sides. We're going to rotate. Okay. You leave him alone. See, I'm gonna mess with you. How you like when I mess with you? Yeah, you don't like it, do you? Punk. Always bothering that poor cat. Okay. That is inside the wall. We're gonna need to increase the base radius. Like that. Increase the top radius like that. Decrease the height. Like that. Think that'll work. Now we shorten this. This does not have to be this wide. Now we align it with this. Get there. There. Okay. Again, we don't have to be this wide. Okay. Hey, Sasha Marie. Sasha Marie. Okay. can bring it up a little bit more. It's not letting me because it's a douchebag. Okay. It's okay if the screw sticks out a little bit. What I don't want is it snagging. Okay. Let's get rid of the top here that we don't need. Okay, turn you into a hole. We're going to bundle group you. You decided to ignore the fact that I pressed the shift key again. Bundle. Okay. I think I can make this smaller. It just does not need to be this big. Let's knock this down to 18 and 16. Let's take another one off, 15 and 14. That is not what I told you to do. Where the hell did you get 13.13? Why do you insist on ignoring what I'm typing? What the fuck is going on? $14. Why was it doing that? Who knows? Sometimes I tell you, man. Grr. Okay. Okay, bundle group. Okay. Let's hide this, and hide you, hide you. Hide you. Take you and move you this way. Okay. Now we take the two of you and we duplicate them. Bring everything back. I need a master ring. It has to be bigger than, and you're ignoring my commands again, which is just gonna piss me off. Just gonna piss me off. Okay, we need to be here and here. We can throw you up here. Okay. Now you are taller. Don't need you anymore. You anymore? Delete the fucking screw. Taller than that? Yes. Okay, you, and you. Do that. You, and you, and you. We put you this way. So now you have 2 strap locations. Okay. 2 go there. You know, that is intrusive, but it's not horrible. I could also bite the bullet and use 1/2" screws. I'm trying to use all the same size screw because I'm cheap. But I'm starting to think this would be a lot better if I just used 1/2" screws. Although I'm kind of digging this one. I like that. What I don't like is how far into the body I'm going here. But is that a problem? It might just be a non-issue. I think there is still plenty of space in here. Yeah, let's do it. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, I definitely don't want you to do that. Okay, why didn't that put the holes in? Those put the holes in. No, they didn't. Interesting. So I have to unbundle group them in order for that to work? I just assumed that would still work fine. They would maintain their original properties. I guess they don't. Come on. Are you seriously messing with me? There we go. It just didn't refresh. Okay. There we go. Now we got our holes. Okay. And then these will not penetrate the battery. We're crowded a little bit, but we don't have that much to put in here. What do you think? And this also means it's symmetrical, so you can connect the strap on the right or the left, depending on if you're right or left-handed. So on the right, if you are right-handed, on the left, if you're left-handed. Now you can put two straps on if you want. I don't care. um, there. Approximately there. Yes, too long. 195. Yeah, I think that's long enough. I think I'll go to 190. Oh, I forgot. I can't do that. Not if I want to have the edges. Delete. Why won't you delete? Why do you make me click it again? $190. Wrong one. 15. Okay. Yeah, Michelle. I'm in my room on my stream. Updating the flashlight. Well, obviously you didn't know. How would you know? No. Ender's on the bed. Noel's yelling in the rest of the house somewhere. Cats, Michelle hates your guts. Sound like what you said to me. She's gonna eat your brains. She's gonna eat your brains. It's like, you better not be teasing me. I like brains. Gets annoyed when I tease him. I love you too. Bye. Take that. Control D. That. That's how we get a nice round, tongue depressor style strap. Let's make it 3 millimeters thick. Then we're going to control D. No. Wrong. We're going to make it 5 millimeters thick. Then we're going to control D. Then we're going to reduce this. And reduce this. I'm going to make this 13. 11. Then we're going to lift it up 3. turn that into a hole. Center this here and cut. There we go. Now we have a little ribbing without it being super crazy thick. Now we take and put a 5mm hole here. Something like that. That looks good. It's pretty good. Right now, to make sure it's centered, join these two together. Then we center. This, yes, it is. Man, I nailed that. And join. And there. Now I have a strap that I can print out of TPU. Probably make this a little lower. -1. There we go. There. Strap. And something else I can do. Let's put a plane here. Put this here. Rotate it. 80 degrees. Drop. Then center that. Then let's lift it up. Not what I asked you to do. Let's do it by 0.5. There we go. I think I can go a little bit lower. Let's do that. Yeah, I like that. Wrap. Export. And let's delete the body. Flashlight body. Export. Nope. Okay. All right. Now, another way I could have done the strap was I could have simply put a hole straight through the body here, or here and here, and then you could feed a piece of paracord through that. Could have done that too. That probably would have been better. But I kind of like the idea of printing my own strap. I think it's kind of cool. I think that's kind of just a novel idea. All right. We might have to adjust the length of the strap, but I think it'll be pretty close. What I really should do, and I'm not gonna do because I'm lazy, is I really should put an angle on this so that it's not such a harsh angle there. Hey Jerry, you got the winter spice cranberry. It's pretty good, isn't it? I like it. Maybe I should. Let's do this. Let's do snap one. I like that. That'll be a lot less rough on the let's see. Make that go away. This. How far in do I want to go? Let's go -1. Bring it back. Oh, that doesn't do anything. It just gets rid of both. Doesn't it? Yeah, I think this just overrides the other one. Yeah, it just completely overrides it. Oh, I want to mess with it. Probably is a good idea to have some kind of angle there. So it doesn't cut up the strap. Yeah, that probably is a healthier for the strap. Okay, let's do that. Plus it's easy enough to do. Yeah, that's better for it. It creates a more even transition. Okay. Okay, export it again. this. Okay. Oh, that's the edge right there. What time is it? So that's been going for 8 hours, and it's still full brightness. So full brightness will go for at least 8 hours. I will keep running it. I wish there's a way to tell how much power is left in it. I don't know of any easy way to do that. Okay, can you guys think of anything else that I should add? Or any aspect that I'm missing? I'll probably print some floofy TPU washers to put in here to act as shock absorbers. Now that's a case where printing infill only might come in handy. Or a single perimeter. And print a little floofy washer. No top and bottom layer, so it's nice and squishy. To act as a washer to go inside there. In fact, how big is that? Are you just going to ignore me? 41. So a 40 millimeter washer. Probably looking at something like this. Probably 5 millimeters thick. by 40. Okay, Control D. You're just gonna mess with me, aren't you? 30 by 30. Make you a hole. Let's add a slight bevel. Is that a bevel? Kind of. That. Let's do this. Yep. Why won't you click? Just click the fucking square. Well, for me, this is easy. What's the problem now is my computer's being a dick. I don't know why. My computer's being a real asshole right now. The Tinkercad works actually pretty easy. Okay, drop. Okay, let's go up to 3. That. Control D. 180. Go. There we go. I have my donut. Print that with a single perimeter and some grid infill. And you'll have a squishy little washer that you can put one down here and one up here to protect the battery. Actually, that's not going to work. I did that wrong. Well, that'll work for up here, but it won't work for down here. It needs to be as tall as this. Okay, baby. You gonna go after me? Huh? 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 Up, 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 up. Okay, hang on. So it needs to be... Yeah, that probably just 95A would be fine. So that needs to be 15 millimeters thick in order to buffer that. Wow. So I need to be 16. I need to be a little bit bigger then. Even bigger, actually. Want a little bit of squish. So that needs to be 17 millimeters tall so it can squish a tiny bit and act as a shock absorber for this. Now there is ways I can get around that. So for example, I can build this into that part. Yeah. I can make this thicker. No, because I need this. I know I can't do that. I need the space. That's right. I need the space. I can only use one washer up here. Okay. And I'll have to see how much motion I have before I make this. So I'll make it this big for now, but I'll have to assemble it and then see how much that battery moves. And that's how thick I need. I need to make this about 1 millimeter thicker than that. Whatever amount of play I have in here. Which is not going to be much because this is beveled. So what I'm going to need is just a little bit of washer for here. Yeah, I don't need all this. Yeah, this is all way overcomplicated. All I need is this half. And probably not to be more than 5 millimeters thick. So I can scale this into slicer once I figure out how thick I want it to be. But this will fit in here. So the battery, because the back is already going to be TPU. So that's fine. And I need that extra space in the back. In fact, something I'm probably going to have to do is put a little tiny hole in the middle here just to make sure there's actually some perimeters here. Yeah. So that this doesn't just punch right through the top layers of the TPU. That's exactly what it'll do. It'll punch right through it. Yeah, okay. So we take this. What the hell? There we go. Weird. So we take this, make it, nope. There we go. 0.5 by 0.5. And we align it with this. Here and here. Go. There we go. This will force it to put a couple perimeters right in the middle with an itty bitty hole. So I could put like 3 perimeters there, and that will force it to put a little bit of structure here, so that actually that's bad. Let's see, I got a better way, because that's just going to create a shear line. Yeah, better idea. I need a line. Select the goddamn square. Okay. 0.1. Let's do 0.05. Okay. Select it on you, here, and here. Why did you unselect? I'm holding the shift key and I'm clicking the second fucking object. It's because my computer's running so slow, it's not acknowledging that I've pressed the shift key. There. All right. That slot will give me a stronger point right there in the middle, so that if this goes backwards, it doesn't just punch right through the TPU. Okay. Okay. I can live with that. Right. So the back is already TPU. This is a tight enough fit that it can't wiggle around and move, so I don't have to worry about that. This will be a TPU washer if we need it in here. You could just put a piece of foam in there if you want, but I like the idea of printing it. So worst case scenario, I print this 5mm stick and stick it in here. So that'll act as a shock absorber, so the battery doesn't, tear up the plastic or damage itself. Okay. Washer. Export. STL. Gonna do the cap again. I'm tired of 2 of these being open. Cap. Export. For this washer here, I might use the 90A or 5A, really, really soft stuff. But I think if I do 1 perimeter and a light amount of infill, I think that'll be plenty squishy enough. Okay. Could also make little plugs to fill these holes. It's not necessary. It's going to be stainless hardware, but it might look nicer if I made little plugs to fill those holes. How you could put little spikes in there and scare the shit out of somebody. You know, go, rah! And they think it's a spike, it's going to hurt them, but it's just rubber. I don't know how well these threads are going to print, but I suspect they'll self-thread good enough. I would like to move these further up so that they could be in this area where I have to print higher infill anyway. Otherwise, because the top doesn't have to be chamfered. Oh man, it's a lot of work, but we're gonna do it. Okay. There's just the body. Let's go full screen. Have more space. We don't need this because we're just manipulating stuff. Well, I will need it, but later. Okay. See if we can do this without being too nasty. Now, what did I just do? I did something. One at a time. That's what's doing. That showed up. Just didn't show up right away. Okay. So now let's take care of this, so I don't have to do it again. You and you. It's just so I can avoid having to do this. And again, it did not acknowledge that I had the shift key pressed. So it changed selection instead of joining selection. Okay. This. No, I don't need to. Because this is what we're going to modify. Okay. Which means I might need to make the strap longer. If I bring it right up to there, it'll be in the high density portion of the infill, and I won't have to redo that all over again. Now, bring out a square like this. Just do that. So now I take this, and this, and this, and cut. There we go. Now that gets the strap up to the high density area of infill. In fact, I might as well join these together as well. You. Why did it unselect again? Shift. Select. Okay. All right. should be able to just join. Okay. I think I'm going to need to make this longer. That's lined up with there. That's lined up with there, but it needs a little bit of extra length. Let's go 194. That is not what I want you to do. Why did you select more than this? Not what I wanted. Okay. Okay. Good. It might not be enough. I might have to adjust it again, but I can do that. So we're going to delete the body and the strap. Body. STL. Wrap. Okay. I think that's it. I can't think of anything else. Anything else is going to have to wait until a fitment test. Although the only thing I can't fit is the switch because I don't have that yet. Everything else I'll be able to fit test. Okay. All right. Time to slice it up. Is it just me, or do those threads look different? I don't know. I don't care. I'm sure it's probably close enough. All right, let's get rid of all that. First, we have to go into Prusa Slicer and validate the files. All right, strap. No errors detected. 882 shells. I'm going to process everything anyway, just because it can't hurt. At least I don't think it can. That actually increased the number of facets? Yeah, we'll just delete that. No, no, no. Uh-oh. It's got a whole bunch of issues. 5 shells? What the hell? Thought I fixed that. Okay, 1 shell. Okay, we're able to get it fixed. Whew. It worried me a little bit. Looks intact. Nothing's missing. Okay. Export. Body. Okay, cap. 1 shell. That's good. Let's do Windows. Why do you have to do that? Still have our slit in the middle there. Cap. Okay. Feet. Uh-huh. Washer should be okay. Yeah, 1 shell. Bumper. One shell. It's fixed by Windows algorithm anyway. Yeah, shut up and do what I said to do. Okay. Support. Oh! Ah! And the head. Good. Looks like only the body had problems. Okay. Oh, we don't want that. That. We do want that and that. Your body last. Then we want the bumper second to last. The head first. Okay. What the hell? Well, this is all going to have to be redone. Good. Doing the cubic viper. 0.94, 0.4, 0.3 worked fine, so we're going to stay with that. We're going to go 4 top layers, 2 perimeters, infill of 5%. Okay. 25%, 240, 80. Okay. So you need to go over here. You are going to go over here. You're going to go over here. You're going to go over here. And we are going to rotate you like that. Rotate you like that. That goes there. There. Yep, you're mine. You got too close. Yep, sorry, baby. You get too close, you get grabbed. Yeah. And you can say hi to my viewers. Yep. Got close enough for me to grab you. Such a good boy. Every now and then I need to give him cuddles. More for me than him. Okay, so now tools, variable settings, different for each process. Okay. You, and you. Okay, so first things first. This can be 5% with TLA, but with TPO, I'm probably going to do 10% infill. This one, I don't think I need to change anything. 5% should be okay. Especially since the holes are, no, this one, the holes are going to screw into. This one we have to make 3 because it cracked last time. And we want a little bit more infill because I'd like the infill to touch the screw holes. And let's see what that looks like. Oh, it doesn't need support. Dumb idiot. Nothing in here needs support. There we go. See how now the infill touches the screw holes? That's what we want. Because that reinforces so the screw holes aren't independent of each other. Although now we have all this extra work for the screw holes because they're actual designed screw holes. Okay. That grid looks a little funky. Looks like a single perimeter plus a thin line fill, but that should be okay. Yeah, I don't see that being a problem. I really should have made those grids a little bit thicker. I'm glad I made it nice and tall, so that should be more than enough. Okay. I'm happy with that. It's going to use a bit more plastic than I wanted to, but I'm okay with that. Okay. Next, you. We should be okay with the way you are. Let's see what it looks like. Okay. That looks like it is solid now. So it's no longer holes. Yeah. Good. 2 perimeters. That's enough. And now you see we have this slot at the back here, and it's actually 3 perimeters because part of the infill fills it. Although reality is I'm going to have to use more infill. Tools, variable. Because when I print that with TPU, there's no way in hell that's going to fill. Two. Add. So that can be 5%. This 10, 20. Let's try 10 first. See if that's enough. I want it to be squishy. If it's not squishy enough, none. So yeah, that should be enough. It's so slimy. Yuck. Ew. And then we go back to 5% for this part because that's more than strong enough. Okay. Yeah. But that slit will ensure that it doesn't just punch through the top layers. Now, what I should have done, yeah, I should have done that. Let's make that change. That's an easy change to make. All right. Can you just pick a fucking color? Oh, I have transparency selected. My fault. That's back to transparent. All right. Make you a solid. I just want you to be solid. Don't bring up the menu. So bottom has 3. So this needs to be negative 0.9. This one has 4. That's 1.2. Negative 1.2. Okay. Now what we do is we select everything except this. Join. Turn it into a hole. And then join. You'll see what that does in just a second. Now I have the strength of solid top and bottom layers and that little rib inside there to prevent it from punching through the top and bottom layers. I don't think it could, just in case. Really? Really? Douchebag. Why won't you right click? Now, when I print this, you can see my layers here are solid. Hey, where'd my slick go? Something's wrong. It's getting rid of my slit. Should not be doing that. Why is it getting rid of it? Something's wrong. There it is. I'm looking at it. It's right there. But for some reason, it's being closed up. Why is it closing it up? It should not be doing that. Something in here is telling it to close it up. It should not be. There should be a slit right in here. It's ignoring it. It's like healing it. It's like making it go away when I don't want it to go away. It's an intentional feature. It has to be something to do with this. I guess when it touches the outside, it allows it, but no, still getting rid of it. This should be 25%. Why is it doing this? Normally, merge all boundaries does that. Normally, merge all boundaries deletes things that are on the inside. I think I know how to make it stop doing it, but it's a real pain in the ass. God almighty, it's a pain in the butt. I don't want it to do that. There we go. You and you form a group. Okay. Tools, variable. 0.9. Add. I think it's 12.2 minus 1.2, so 11. 11. Add. And I just tell this one here, use a different model. It's really, really annoying. And the other problem is it's going to create too many top and bottom layers now. I know how to turn that off too. Okay, so this one's going to have no top layers. This one's going to have no top or bottom layers. This one's going to have no bottom layers. All right, let's see if that works. Gotta get rid of the extra things there. It's still deleting it. It's deleting my fucking thing. Really starting to piss me off. What is deleting the slot that I put in there? Why is it deleting my shit? Wait a minute. Is it gone? Did Prusa Slicer close it? Oh my. I bet you that's what happened. I bet you Prusa Slicer deleted my item. How much you want to bet that's exactly what happened? Person Slicer deleted it. That's what happened. The Windows correction algorithm deleted my slot because it was all the way inside. It saw it as a void. It saw it as a void inside the model, even though it was an intentional artifact. Oh my god. I'm here, I'm trying to make it show. It's not there. It's gone. So, 3 solid bottom layers. Then we print the slot. And then when it gets to the top, it's solid layers again, because the slot doesn't go all the way through. But this way, this slot will provide 3 perimeters of rigidity in the middle there, so that this little point on the battery doesn't punch through the TPU and damage it. It'd be basically, I'm reinforcing this section of the model right there. Oh my god, I want to murder someone. I want to kill something now. It's like, I want to just murder something. Ugh. Okay. Now, this needs to be reinforced. So this one is going to have, wait a minute. Nope, that's the reinforced. This one does not need to be reinforced. This one needs to be reinforced. I think I did that already. 8% and 3 perimeters, yes. So that one's already reinforced. This one is fine. But I am going to bump up the infill a tiny bit. Wrong one. Let's see here. Let's go 10%. It's not going to add that much weight. And we do not need extra perimeter since it's just a pass-through. But we're gonna make it. No, we're gonna have the extra from the infill. We're gonna have that 3rd perimeter from the infill. Oh yeah, that looks nice and smooth. Oh yeah. So now these holes are being reinforced by the infill. Good. Okay, we're good. We're good. What I should do is turn off the top and bottom layers from here all the way to here, so it stops doing this nonsense right there. I wish there was a way I can tell it to stop doing that. I really, really hate when it does that. I know why it's doing it. I just don't like it. Okay, so that's fine. Now we got to do this one. This one's going to be interesting. All right, what do I have it set up for? 5%, 2 perimeters, top and bottom. I should probably make this a little finer. So 0.24. Although it printed fine. Is there any issues with the print? That's fine. That's fine. The threads are fine. Yeah, I'm overthinking it. 0.3 worked fine. I do not have a problem with it. 0.3. That's going to add, 30% of the print time to go down to 0.24. Okay. Let's just slice it and look for trouble areas. Okay. Good. I maintain my 2 walls. Is that resolution enough for the screw threads? I think so. The threads look intact. So I think we're okay. All right, let's leave that alone. Okay, now we get to this part. And we don't have to worry about these because we already printed it. We know it works fine. Those will print fine. That'll print fine. That will print just fine. So we know that much prints perfectly. Good. That looks like nice and gradual. Okay. How does this look? Good. I have a bounce back of infill there. That'll reinforce that. That's going to print like shit right there. So we might go to 10% infill right here. That's 680. Actually, we'd have to do it about here. So it's 680. Probably go to 10% infill. Let's just do it now. 680 times 0.3. That's 204 millimeters. Equals variable. 204 millimeters. Add. We will bump it up to 10% infill. You always have to double. And if you double, it'll keep the infill on top of the infill. Okay. Oh, fast. And there's the doubling. Still not getting a whole lot of support for this. That's just bad luck. It happens to be right there. I could rotate the infill. But then again, that's an internal feature. That is 4 layers right there. I think it will print fine with 4 layers. So I think we're going to leave it. That actually has a decent amount of support. That should print and bridge okay. Okay, there's the shelf that the unit's going to sit on. Oop. Okay. This is the shelf that the USB-C PD trigger is going to sit on. How's the bridge look? And there's the beginning of the underbridging for the screw holes. And it is getting bigger each time. That's good. There's the screw holes. I don't know where that little glitch came from, but whatever. All right, there's the bridging. It looks like it is going all the way. It's doing it correctly recognized the bridge. Okay. And I think those screw holes are going to be okay. And here's the, okay, no, so here's where we got to really jack it up. I'm going to gamble on leaving it at, do I need to? It's not going to affect that. But it is going to affect the top layers. So let's go 722. 722 times 0.3. That's going to be 216. So let's do it at 216, which will be 720. Okay. Probably shouldn't be doing that right where the bridge is, but I'm going to do it anyway. Oh no, 216.6. Yeah, that's divisible by 0.3. It's fine. 216.6. As long as we're doing it on the layer lines, we're fine. Okay. We are going to go to infill 20%. Print, just this one. That will get changed once we do the other part. We're at 222.6, 222.9. So, pools, variable. 222.9, add, and we go back to 5%. I'm min-maxing my mass here. Only adding the strength where I actually need the strength. Let's see what that looks like. If I wanted to make it really clean, I would lower down to 0.2 millimeters for this part here to increase the resolution of the screw, but I don't think I need to. So here you can see we're at 5%. Then we're going to bump it up to 10%. Right there. Fill. And at some point we're going to jump it up to 20%. Here, we're jumping up to 20%. The reason we're jumping up to 20%, should probably jump up to 40% at some point. But with PLA, I should be able to get away with that. Actually, we are not going to get away with that. $728. Yeah, we're going to have another split. Because I need 40% for a PET G fill. 728 times 0.3. That's 218.4. How many will that give me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oof. I better do. I'm going to have to go lower. Let's go to 16.0 here. Zero here. And here, pools variable. 218.4. 218.1. Add. This needs to be 18 to 22. This needs to be 40%. Okay. So we are already at 5%. No, this is 10%. 20%. 40%. Then our top layers. That should be enough. Then we bump back down to 5%. Okay. That should do it. Hey. Let's do them all. Come on. Print. Sequential 999. No, we don't need supports. Okay. So there we go. We print the first piece. Then the second piece. Then the third piece. Then the fourth piece. There. That should work. Export. Flashlight Mark II all. Okay. I'll save factory file as desktop. Stop with the clicking. Okay. Let's go back. Let's do this and this. Yes. Just those two pieces. Sequential is fine. Good. So we print that, this, export. Call this one TPU, because this is the two pieces that need to be printed in TPU. Then select everything except these three. That'll get us these two parts that print in PETG. Export. Head dash body. Okay, so when I'm ready to do the final print, this will print the PETG parts, the other one will print the TPU parts. Okay. Move, remove. Now we need to print the strap and the washer. So first I can invert this. No, Y, 180. Okay. So first things first, stick this here, stick this here. Okay. Add. I'm going to do Viper. We're going to lower our speed to 25 and no more than 5 cubic millimeters. Let's see if we can get away with that. 20 millimeters per second. Okay. Ooh, I got to modify the other one again. screwed up. Tools, variable, different for each. Let's do this one, 3. Which one's which? So the washer, we're going to do 2 perimeters. No bottom and no top. Infill, 10%. Yeah, that's enough for the washer. This one, let's do this one, 4 perimeters. Again, no top and bottom. Infill. Let's make it look cool. Full honeycomb. 25% should be fine. Yeah. That actually looks kind of cool. And the ends are nice and reinforced. The screws are going to go through. Yeah, that looks badass. I like that. Okay. Let's do both sequentially. There. Export. Washer dash strap. I'm just going to call it strap. I'll know the washer goes with it. Okay. Now, can I get back where I was? Yes, I can. Good. Because this needs to be massively modified. Additions. This needs to be 0.04. This needs to be 15. And this needs to be 2. Okay. Print. I don't know what the hell it thinks needs support, but nothing in here needs support. There, I got my brim. Yes. Okay. Okay. Save factory file as flashlight Mark II. Export. Flashlight all. Okay, now we need to do a modify. We're going to print this piece, this piece. Yes. Export, head and body. Then we're also going to do just the body so that if the body fails for some reason, I don't have to reprint the damn head. Actually, if I'm going to do that, I might as well put the body in the middle. I do it. Go. That's body. Okay. That should do it. Where the hell is that flashlight? Why did that move again? You're supposed to be up here. You're supposed to be up here. You are supposed to be over here. We're supposed to be over here. Move again and I'll bite you. get rid of these. Let's get rid of these. Get rid of both of these. No, actually undo. Because I believe this is the switches. Yes. This one I can delete. These two I can delete. All of this goes in here. This goes in here. Okay, there's my screw information. There's my switches information. This should be the flashlight. Yes. Okay. We might as well put the screws in here. All this go away. Okay. Okay, that. Okay, that's it. I'm done. I'm going to set these things to print, and short of finding a small little modification we have to make to fix something, I think this might be the final model. It'll basically look exactly like this, except that these two will be reversed, and we're going to have two little stanchions here to put a strap on in whatever hand you want. I was actually thinking about, because it's kind of annoying having both of the strap stanchions on there. Although if I'm holding it in this hand, that stanchion is not going to be in the way. And if you're holding it with this hand, this one's not going to be in the way. So maybe I will leave them. But I was thinking about deleting one side, and then all you have to do is mirror it for left and right hand. But then again, having both is kind of nice too, because then you can switch hands. You know, whoever grabs it, you know, it'll work. I don't know. This should now line up better with that. These holes are now properly reinforced and scaled for the screws. So the worst thing I might have to do is heat the screw up to kind of form the hole to it better. This gapping is gone, and the thin wall on the cap is fixed. The cap is set up for TPU printing with the slit to reinforce it. We have the capture in the top here and made this 10 millimeters longer so that the top of the battery does not interfere with the switches and electronics. Anything else? I was even thinking about making that washer, printing it upside down, and having some bottom layers so I can actually seal off the battery from this compartment so nothing in here can touch the terminal for the battery. But then again, those terminals will be exposed at the BMS. I think that's it. I can't think of anything else to change on this to make it any better or to improve it. Or should have enough room in the bottom for that 3.5 millimeter banana plug to allow us to well, I don't have any Kapton tape, but I also have an easier solution. I have these larger pieces of heat shrink tubing, and I just cover the entire circuit board with this and seal it shut. That takes care of that. It can't touch nothing now. Actually, I could show you. You can't really see. Yeah, here you go. That's a everything's sealed up in heat shrink tubing, so nothing can be touched or get access to anything else. The only thing I hadn't sealed up yet was the PD trigger, and that's because this revision of the unit doesn't have a space for the PD trigger. I hadn't figured out how I want to deal with that yet. I got the upgraded 20 gauge wiring coming in, and it's all silicone wiring, no garbage wire. This is still going strong 9.5 hours later, so we have a minimum 10-hour runtime at full brightness. I kind of expected that. I would not be surprised if this goes until morning. I don't even think it's drawing 2 watts. It's supposed to be a 4-watt LED, but I only noticed a 2-watt difference when I plugged it in when I was charging the battery. So I'm wondering if that LED is only actually drawing 2 watts, in which case this thing might go 30 hours. So I might have to sit this down like this. Whoa. Oh, yeah, see? I gotta be careful. I squish something. Yeah, something's turning off. I'm squishing something when I flip it over. So I'm gonna have to put something on top of this so I don't see this thing all night. I might print a little box to seal the constant current drivers in. You know, the wires come in one end, come out the other, because they're such tiny, fiddly boards. They are so freaking small, and they are very difficult to solder. Now that's the constant current driver. There it is. That's a teeny, those 4 holes at the bottom are what you have to solder everything to. And they're a pain in the butt. My connection was janky, so I might seal these inside of a little box to go inside the light, and maybe have a JST connector on each end of it so I can like pot it or something. But I want to keep the, well, then, no, if you build this yourself, then you can just adjust these pots for whatever brightness you want. So we'll see. Maybe I'll just do a better job of soldering. I gotta find my this one's a pretty imprecise soldering. I could either get a fine point for it or find one of my other soldering irons that has the tiny point to make it easier to solder that. This has screw terminals, so it's nice and easy. Yeah, aren't they nice? They're fun. What a pain in the ass. And I like these because it has the screw terminals, which just makes it so easy. And yeah, if you plug in something like this is my E-Sager 33 watt QC charger. I was getting 10.4 watts into the battery, which is actually pretty damn awesome. And if you use a high speed charger, like for example when I was charging off of, I just saw it, when I was using this to charge it, it was pushing 5 volts, 6 amps. So 25 watt charge. Yeah, baby. Give it to me. I mean, the BMS is capable of accepting 50 watts. So we're still only running it at half its rated capacity, or a fifth if you use a regular charger. But the whole point of this is so that you can use any USB-C cable. If you plug in a little cheap dollar store 1 amp USB thing, it'll charge at 1 amp. It'll take 20 hours to charge, but who cares? At 25 watts, theoretically, it'll charge in 3 hours. But now we're going to have a recessed spot in there where this is going to fit pretty nicely. And I'm thinking, after you have this in there, take a little tiny piece of epoxy putty. You know, the 2-part epoxy putty that you mix together and it turns into like a putty. And just take a little tiny ball of that and just stick it in there to adhere this to the plastic. This way, this little motherfucker don't move. And then if you do ever need to take it apart, it's just a matter of taking your needle-nose pliers and going and flicking off that little bit of epoxy that's holding it in place. But yeah, as far as I know, all 3 down just gives you 5 volts. Because that's what I'm getting out of it. I got worried at first because it was drawing 6.7 volts from the power supply, but it was still only outputting 5.0192 volts on the dot. Like, precisely 5 volts. So it looks like it increases its input voltage request so that it can maintain the 5-volt output even at the higher wattage draw. That's pretty impressive. That's a pretty nifty little circuit. And I'm gonna order only these from now on, unless I need a fixed voltage. Mostly because I've designed the 3D model to make the socket so I can install this in anything. That just makes my life easier. I like easy. I like easy. And that's basically it. So now the final version will have 2 of these in it because the switch is a 3-position switch. What's that switch? Let's use this. But it's a 3-position switch, so it's going to have a low and a high. The center will be off, except it's going to be a slider. So you could program yours for whatever the hell you want. I might also design a different head for this that takes 2 lights and 2 heat sinks because there is enough room. If I position this right there, if I position that one right there, it is less than halfway. So if I position that at the end, you can see it does not reach the halfway point, which means I can put 2 of these heat sinks and 2 of those emitters inside of one of these. And I just might do that. And theoretically, you only need 1 constant current driver for that. Because they'll handle 9 watts, which will be putting 4.5 watts into each of the LEDs, which is right below their 5-watt max. Although, again, I like under-driving things because they last longer when you don't push them as hard. But 4.5 is below the rating, and with a copper heatsink that big, cooling is not going to be a problem. So I'll be able to have 2 of those emitters inside the head of one of these flashlights. So I'm probably going to do that. But I want to get it finished first before I go dicking around with a second emitter. I can show it to you. I have a pair right here. Don't I? Yeah. So I can literally put 2 of these together. Yeah. So it would sit like that. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Look at that. Look. 2 of them would fit on there perfectly. Absolutely perfect. Like it was designed for it. I might actually do that. I might do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. And then I can have a double brightness head for this. And if you do it right, you can make it interchangeable. So I'm probably going to make this exact same head to handle 2 of those LEDs. Then you could have a really bright light. Like that would light up a large area. But yeah, I like this. This is nice. And it's about the right size. I would like the handle to be a little bit smaller, but I don't know. I like the size because it protects the battery. But this is your classic, ever ready battery flashlight, except this one's modern and will last forever. With the TPU bumper and cap, theoretically, if you really want to if you're a sadomasochistic wacko, print the whole fucking thing in TPU. Then you can beat the shit out of somebody with it. It'll be fine. Like, get over here. Womp. Alrighty. I'm gonna make some dinner. I'm gonna get the print going, and then I'm gonna make some dinner and watch some TV. I got some YouTubes I want to watch. Thank you for joining in, Jerry. Don't forget, holidays coming up. Don't forget to use my Amazon link if you buy anything. And As an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. I have a whole bunch of lists on there for different things I found on Amazon, that you might find interesting. And of course, I have affiliate links for lots of other sites. And I also have my Patreon. If you want to support me monthly, join my Patreon. Or you can send me a Zelle or a Coffee or a PayPal, anything like that. I will see you guys later. I'll see you on Wednesday.